चश्मा देना अपना वाला।
हम्म।
चश्मा
किसका?
अपना वाला।
अंदर रखा है।
कहाँ पे?
बैग में है, क्यों?
ठीक है, कोई बात नहीं।
पावर लेकिन अलग है, आपका कितना है?
1 है।
मेरा 0.5 है।
हाँ तो उसे दिया।
हम्म। यार, कोई ज्वाइन नहीं किया अभी, ओके फाइन। एक्चुअली 8 बजे चालू करना था। सब बोल रहा है 7:45 को अर्ली ज्वाइन हो जाओ बोल के व्हाट्सएप में डाल रहा है।
One sec.
Good evening, sir.
Yes, good evening, team. Good
Good
evening.
evening, sir.
How are you, team? How was your day at work?
No, good, sir. As usual.
As usual. Okay, good. So I hope with your busy schedule, you took some time for reading the standard, reviewing the topics, completing the homework. I received from several people, Sheikh, Amir, and all. I responded. Few people I didn't responded because I received it late, maybe from Amat, from Subham. Okay, I will be review and I will respond maybe by tomorrow during the day. Okay, or I will do it little later. So any questions, team? Any questions from the topics, whatever we discussed so far? Or when you have gone through the standards, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Yes, I have one question.
Yes,
Because
Amir.
yesterday, as you told us that the documents, there are three types. There are documents, there are procedures, and there
Hmm.
are records.
Hmm.
And but today, when I reviewed, then we are finding that some of the documents, these are both documents and record, or these are both procedures and record.
Maintain and retain, both are there in
Yeah,
some
both
classes.
things are there. Yeah, maintain
Yes,
and
you are
retain.
absolutely right. So that means that particular class requires both procedures as well as records. Uh, maybe if you take an example of 8.2, right, or even 6.2, requires both maintain and retain. Okay, if you take the example of 8.2, the emergency preparedness and response plans, basically the emergency procedures. What are all the potential emergency may arise within your working place? How you are going to mitigate those emergency situations? How the people need to respond? You will be making a formal procedures or some sort of plan, that is a maintain. And the standard within the particular class, it is asking you to test the emergency preparedness and the response plan also. So you test the emergency equipments, that smoke detector, this fire hydrant, or that portable fire extinguishers. You need to check whether it is in a working condition or not, because we don't know when that particular emergency will come up. If that when that emergency comes, if these equipments are not in a working condition, we cannot mitigate the emergency. We cannot prevent the impact to the health and safety of the people. So you need to test all the emergency equipments. So keep records. You test the people, how they are responding. Mock drills, you keep that records. So that is all about the retained documented information. So wherever the standard is asking maintain, means you keep some procedures. Retain means keep some records. The logic of maintain is not going to change. Procedures are the document. Retain, it is a records. So the appropriate evidences, you have did some activities in certain way, you need to demonstrate that, you need to have some evidences. So those evidences are the retained documented information. We can say it is a records. Is that clear, team?
Yes, sir, it is clear.
Okay, fine. Any other questions, team? Any other questions? Okay, if you guys are not going to ask any further questions, I will ask some questions. But why we have only 6 people who are all missing? Team. Yes, Faizan is joining. Okay, who else is missing? Okay, Amir is here, Faizan is here, Kanbat is here, Sheikh is here. Haraprasad is missing. Shubham is here. Shubham is here. Okay. Who else is missing? Udit Narayanan also is here. Okay, good. So only uh, Haraprasad is missing. Okay. See, I told him the exam is going to be the open book, and all the questions are multiple choice, multiple response. In the exam, there are 5 sections. The section 1, you will be getting 6 questions. These 6 questions are related to the concepts and the principles of the management system standards. We discussed about PDCA, the process approach. We discussed about documented information. We discussed about various terms and definitions. So you can expect questions in these areas. Okay, let me share you a typical question, what kind of question you can expect in the section 1. Just go through the question and try to find the answer. Okay, this also will help you to recall the discussions what we had yesterday.
इसको बड़ा करना पड़ता है.
Sorry. Yes, Bison, you are saying something? Okay, fine. Go get team. There is a question in the screen. Find out the answer and put your answer in the chat box. If you are not understanding the questions, just let me know.
So we can write the answer in chat box, huh?
Yes, please. You should not take more than a minute or two, okay, for these kind of questions. Since it is an open book exam, if you need, you can refer ISO 45001 also. Only thing you need to know where you need to look for the answer. Good, I got 7 response. Let me go for a quick review. Mm. Yes, team 168, you are absolutely right. The 168 is all about the workers' participation. Sheikh, you mentioned 158. The 5 is about establishing the policy. Establishing the policy requires a workers' consultation, not participation. Okay.
Yeah, okay, got it, sir.
You got it right. Okay. So, team, in the exam, there are chances you will be getting a same question with the different options possible, or you will be getting a question about the consultation with similar options possible. But now you know where to look for the answers, how to find the answer, what is the logic you need to use. Hope that's clear for everyone.
Yes, sir, it is clear.
Okay, good. Now I am going with the next question. Hope you remember our discussion about the PDCA.
Yes,
Give a
sir.
try to answer this question. Again, put your response in the chat.
The following questions would apply.
Okay. Good. I am going with review. If anybody is still typing, quickly push your answers, team. Team, come on quick. I'll go for a review in 30 seconds. Okay. I'm going for a review, team. See, the correct answers are 1 to 4. Okay, why 1 to 4? How? Retaining documentations, the documented informations are in general, it is under the 7.5. Evaluating the supplier is there in 814. Setting objectives are there in 6.2. Releasing the product, okay, it's not relevant to the health and safety. But if you go with the quality related requirements, we can say it is a do part. It is a when they are implementing the system, this need to be done. So basically 8.1 we can connect. Identifying the risk is 6122. Organizing the change is also there in 611. Okay, you should not confuse with managing the change. The managing the change, that is there in 8.13. See, organizing is kind of a planning. When you are planning any changes, you need to identify the hazard, assess the risk. And that is the way we need to organize the change. When you are implementing the change, you need to manage the change to ensure the changes are not going to impact the health and safety performances. So with this logic, class number 4, 5, 6 is about the planning. 7 and 8 is about the do. 9 is about check. 10 is about act. Even you can ask evaluating the supplier. When you are implementing the system, you need to evaluate the performance of the supplier. You can connect this with check also possible, but evaluating the performances means it will be the check. A simple evaluation, it need to be done during the selection of the supplier or the contractors. So that way it is becoming the part of the do. Setting the objectives. When you need to do the objective setting, you apply the logic like when this activity need to be done during the planning of the system or during the implementation of the system or during the monitoring of the system or during the act of the systems. So in that case, during the planning of the OHSMS itself, we need to develop the policy, we need to establish the objectives, we need to identify the hazard, we need to assess the risk, we need to develop the action plans. During the implementation, we will be implementing the programs requires for achieving the objectives. Apply that logic when this need to be done as part of the OHSMS planning or do or check or act. So if you apply the logic, you can go with this way. So 1 to 4 are the right answers. Any questions here, team? Any questions?
No, sir, it is clear. 1, 2, and 4 are the correct.
Okay.
It is clear.
Fine. See, just consider the praises also. Setting the objectives, implementing the programs for achieving the objectives. That is a do. Monitoring the objectives. When you are monitoring the targets, if you achieved the target, you will revise and reset the targets. So resetting the objectives can be the act. So you can go with the praises also to decide whether it is a plan or do or check or act. Okay. So remember this when you are getting such kind of questions. In the exam, there are possibilities you will be getting questions for the do or plan or check or act also possible. Okay. The logic will be the same. You need to think like when this need to be done or this is comes under which stage. Okay. So I'm going with one more question, team. Maybe this question we will take it tomorrow. Okay, not today. I will give you a different question. Give me a moment. Okay, if you have done the homework, you should able to answer this question correctly. So give a try. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, team, I'm going for a quick review. So the correct answers are 2, 4, 6, 7. What happened, team? Okay, the question is asking about retail, right? What are all the classes are asking for the retain? That is the key. You find out which class. This is 8.2 that requires both maintain and retain. This is about 10.2. It requires only retain. It is about 611. It requires only maintain. Management review is there in 9.3. It requires only retain. OHS policy is 5.2. It requires available. Results of compliance evaluation is there in 912, which requires retain. Competency is there in 7.2. 5.3, which requires maintain. So now why 2, 4, 6 are the correct answer, and why 1 will not be the appropriate, because it is talking about the plan. Plan means it can be the maintain. R means retain means it is a record. It should be the mock drill records or the emergency equipment testing records, inspection records maybe. Because of that plan, it goes with the maintain, not retain. But even you consider that is also retain, but it is asking 4 examples to select. So already we have 4 examples which is only retain. So that is the logic you need to apply. Team, hope you are getting the logic. Any questions here?
Sir, point number 8, assigned responsibilities and authorities. As yesterday class, you told that that anything is a record kind of thing. Anything is a, because roles and responsibility after assigning is a record, na? Because it must be signed by the management.
No. Yes, the roles and responsibility. If you are putting in a paper, okay, it will be signed by the workers or it will be signed by the respective employees. Then it will become a record. That is an example for the communication record. But before they sign it is only a document, right? Okay, you go with class ISO 45001, class number 5.3, check whether it is asking for the maintain or retain.
That is talking
Team,
about maintain.
Maintain. So then definitely it is not a retain, right? Don't go with what I say. Okay, go with what standard says and use the logic. Now what I explained, find out the relevant class number, check whether it is asking for a maintain or retain. In the mandatory documented information list, what you are preparing, if you already prepared, well and good. If you are preparing, what standard says, whether it is a maintain or retain. I hope you remember the yesterday's homework. I asked you to put it in a column. What standard says, whether it is a maintain or retain or available. So use that hint to answer such kind of questions. So if you are going with the standard, you will never be wrong. And remember this point, you all, including me, we are all health and safety experts from the fields. But when it comes to the exam, go with the standard. Same way, when it comes to the audit, go with standard. What standard says, we need to look for. Okay. Do not try to extract the information from your memory, because due to the exam pressure, stress, it will not help you out correctly. So compare with standard, what standard says, and confirm your answer with the standard requirements, so you can pinpoint the correct answer. That will help you to save the time and also get you a best correct answer. I hope everybody is getting this logic, team. Why I am telling you to read the standard, familiarize with the standard requirement. One of the reason is your questions for the exams. You can find the answers from the standards. Is that clear, team?
Yes, sir.
Subham, hope you are getting the logic now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, I think this is enough for today about the exams. We will discuss about the other sections in the upcoming days. We have enough days time to review about the exam. Now, let's get back to the topics. Yesterday, we were discussing about understanding the standard requirements as an auditor. We finally started discussing about document review of the given health and safety policy. Team, just confirm, have you completed the review of the Supercasting Private Limited's health and safety policy?
Yes, I have completed that.
Okay, fine. Maybe, but now I will give you a quick 10 to 15 minutes. Discuss as a team to conclude what are all the conformities, what are all the non-conformities, or what you need further informations. Agree within your team, then come back to the main room. We will have the conclusions. Is that fine, team?
Okay,
Yes,
sir.
sir, we can do it.
We
Okay.
can.
So now, so I'm adding you guys into the breakout room. Quickly review the policy and come up with a complete understanding about what are the conformities, non-conformities against the entire class number 5.2. Yes, welcome back, team. Can we start with team one's presentation?
Yes, sir, we can go ahead. I hope we are team one, right?
Yes, you can share the screen. You can explain what are all the conformities, non-conformities.
Okay, sir, I will share my screen. Hassan bhai has started.
Okay, I have shared my screen. Samir bhai, definitely you can describe. So
No, you
here are
can
the
go ahead. You can go ahead. You can go ahead.
okay. Few of the terms that was done by you already. So that was has the top management established the wastage policy. You have prepared already that.
Yes,
So we didn't change on that. We just completed it from 5.2.b to 5 rest of the
yes.
parts.
From there, you start explaining one by one.
Yeah. So 5.2.b, it's talking about the included a framework for setting OHS objectives.
Mm.
In the policy part, here we looked after, there were nothing was stated related to the objectives or setting objectives.
Mm.
Any framework to set objectives or any objectives, it was not defined in the policy. So we put that as a non-conformance. Then 5.2c includes a commitment to fulfill the legal requirement and other requirements. Yes, that is compliant. The organization is adhering because it's stated here. They are complying. We are strictly adhere to applicable international and local laws.
Okay.
So I think it's compliant.
Okay,
Then
we will ask the team 2 also simultaneously. Okay, team 2, what is your opinion about 5.2b? Team 2,
Yes, sir, we are agree,
take-
sir. We are agree, sir, with that.
you are agreeing with the non-conformity
Yes,
for
sir.
5.2b?
Objective was not going. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
It's
fine. But I have
non-compliance.
a concern. See, there is no need to include something about the objectives within the policy. See, what standard says the policy should provide a framework for setting the objectives. Hope you remember or recall from the yesterday's discussion. Within this policy, there are a lot of line items which can help the organization to set some objectives. Say, for example, eliminating the hazard. If they have thousands of hazards, see, among those, they can set objectives and targets to eliminate few of the hazards possible. Complying with the legal requirements, they can set objectives and targets to comply with all the legal requirements 100% at all the time possible. With regards to the consultation and participation, with regards to the competency, they can set targets, a minimum man hours of trainings. See, what is the policy they have written? From that, they should able to develop some objectives and targets. If that is the case, you can go with the conformity. Even when you are going for the actual audit, you are also going to audit the objectives. When you are reviewing the objectives, when you are reviewing the policy, check the consistency. By fulfilling the objectives, they can able to progress towards achieving the policy or not. If that is the case, you can say it is a conformity. If the policy and objectives are not at all relevant, the objectives what they set, it is inconsistent with the policy what they are having, then it will be the non-conformity definite. Okay, hope you are getting the logic, team, about the 5.2b.
Sir, I have one question here.
Yes,
As
please.
in a policy, I completely agree. It was yes, as you told that. At the end, the goal is mentioned, that is zero incident injuries and zero compromise on safety. So definitely, if some company having a goal, so at back end they have a objective of that, na. So if there is nothing mentioned in the policy and they having a goal mentioned in their policy, so can we consider as yes or comply?
See, if they are mentioned within the policy. Sometimes some companies include their objectives within the policy statement itself, possible. Okay, even if it is not mentioned also, what is the way we need to review? What is the way we need to check the consistencies of the policy and the objectives? That is what I explained, right? Can you repeat your question once again?
Yes, sir. Actually, my question is that in the end of this policy, the goal is mentioned, that is zero injury and zero compromise on safety. So if the objective is not mentioned in the whole policy, but goal is mentioned, so can we consider at that definitely the company has a goal, so definitely they have the objective?
Yeah, definitely. Consider, but zero injury, zero ill health are all the ultimate intention. It can be a long-term vision. It can be the goals for the particular tenure also possible. If such kind of goals are mentioned within the policy statement, absolutely fine. You can take that as a input for setting the objectives. See, literally, it need to give the framework for setting the objectives. That's it. If it
Okay,
is mentioned some goals, it is absolutely fine. That you can take it as a evidence to say it's a conformity.
But
Okay.
if the objectives are not meeting to our goals, then we can consider it, sir. Means like our aim is different, but what have they written, the objectives are different. Then how can we consider it, sir?
In that case, yes. In actual situation where the policy and objectives are not consistent, then you can say it is a non-conformity. Even there is a one more requirement also. If you go with class number 6.2, there is a specific requirement. Whatever the objectives set, it should be consistent with the policy. So if you feel the policy and the objectives are not consistent, in that case, yes, you can give a non-conformity under the 6.2 also possible.
In this case, here they have not mentioned any direct objectives, sir. Then we need to consider it as a non-conformity or conformity. Here in this HSC policy, they have not mentioned anywhere directly objectives. They have mentioned only goals, sir.
You see, goals means what are the things going to be achieved, right?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes, sir.
if it is mentioned, that you can take it as a evidence to say a conformity. It's possible. It's fine.
Okay, sir. But here they have not not given any breakout for object.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Now, standard doesn't says the objectives need to be included within the policy. There is no such requirements, right?
Okay, sir. So means actually what earlier I learned it, sir. So it should be a achievable. What the aim is, the objective also should be achievable. Then only that aim will be considered.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Yes. See, in that case, yes, we will be verifying all the objectives under the class number 6.2. If the objectives are not achievable, we will say it's a non-conformity under the 6.2, not under the 5.2. 5.2 requires only a framework for setting the objectives. That's it. Okay.
Okay.
Hope you are getting the point.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Fine. Can we move further to the next one, team? Team 2, what is your opinion about 5.2C? Do they have a commitment
yes,
for fulfilling the legal requirements and other requirements?
yes, sir.
Team?
Yeah, they have the commitment.
Yes. Okay, fine. I also agree. Let's go with the next one, please.
Okay. Now the 5.2D includes a commitment to eliminate hazard and reduce OHS risks. That's also available. We found it.
Okay. Team 2?
Yeah, there is one thing we would like to ask, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, like what we had discussed, but it's only the partial information that is been available with respect to the 5.2D, including a commitment to eliminate hazards and reduce OHS risks. And one more thing on this is, since it's only partially available, how shall we conclude whether it is an yes or it is a total non-conformity?
See, just to keep it simple, they have included the commitment for eliminating the hazard and reducing the risk.
Yeah. Yes. Absolutely, sir.
It is there. It is there means yes, we can say it is a conformity. If there is
Yeah.
no commitment for eliminating the hazard, then we need to go with a non-conformity, right?
Oh,
Where there is a
Yeah.
commitment included for the eliminating the hazard and reducing the risk.
Yeah. And
Team?
some slight elaboration on this, sir. Like the organization is allowing their employees and workers in participating, identifying, and assessing and controlling hazards, but not direct commitment to eliminate hazards and reduce OHS risks. So we found it a little bit partial, but
Yes.
as
No,
you had said,
I'm
we can
asking.
take it as a positive.
Okay, I'm asking these questions to the team one. Team one, tell me where there is a commitment for eliminating the hazard and reducing the risk within the policy statement.
Sir, within the policy, it is here in within the policy they are mentioning specifically here in this part commitment to prevention. We proactively identify, assess, and control workplace hazards to prevent work-related injuries, illnesses, and fatalities. We achieve this through risk assessment and hazard identification, implementation of effective controls and preventive measures, continuous monitoring and improving of workplace safety conditions. So here they are clearly committing to
Okay.
controlling.
Preventing the injury and ill health is about 5.2A, not about 5.2D. Do you agree on this? Preventing the injury, they need to have the commitment for preventing the injury and ill health. Yes. That is under the 5.2A. What 5.2D says? They need to have the commitment for eliminating the hazard.
Hazards and reduce OHS risk, occupational health
Reducing
and
the
safety risk.
OHS risk. Yes. So
Yes.
that eliminating the hazard,
Yes.
that commitment is not there anywhere, right?
Eliminating
Identifying the hazard is different. Eliminating the hazard is different. Do you agree on this? Controlling the hazards are different than the eliminating the hazard. Where eliminating the hazard is not possible, not feasible, then they can reduce the risk. Okay. So team, just keep it
No,
in
but
mind.
here,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
The second point, the implementation of effective controls and preventive measures. Doesn't this
Even
part cover
PPE also, PPE also, it's a control only. Engineering control also, it will prevent the hazardous event. Possible. Maybe administrative control will help you to reduce the likelihood. It is a preventive measure only. But where is the commitment for eliminating the hazard? That is a question.
Oh,
Are
so
you
it
getting
should
the
be
logic, team?
Yeah. So you are telling that it should be specifically mentioned that we are committed to eliminate
Exclusively, they need to. Yes,
yeah,
exclusively they need to have the commitment for eliminating the hazard and reducing the risk. Where possible, they can go specific to the sector specific hazards. What are all the hazards they are going to eliminate? Maybe possible. If the overall policy, within the policy, they can say we are committed to eliminating the hazard. Within the objectives and targets, they can set up some objectives to eliminate some specific hazards. Possible. Like, okay, say for example, I'm using lot of hazardous substances. See, among these hazardous substances, some 10 items are contains carcinogenic substances. So within this year, I can have the objectives and targets to eliminate the 10 carcinogenic substances from my supply chain. by identifying the alternate substances. Possible, but the commitment should come from the policy level, because the policy is all about the intention and the direction of the top management. If that commitment is not there within the policy level, definitely there is a process needed for eliminating the hazard and reducing the risk in 812. We may not be able to expect such kind of processes if it is not directed by the top management, right? So definitely you can give a non-conformity for this 5.2D. I completely agree with team 2. We don't need to go lenient. If it is there, conformity. If it is not there, it's a non-conformity. That's it, team.
So it's a no, sir, finally.
Yes.
Can we conclude? Yeah, okay.
Yes. Yes, Sheikh,
Yeah,
you are right.
okay, okay. Yeah,
Because
okay,
they
sir.
don't have the commitment, exclusive commitment for eliminating the hazard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, got it, sir. It's a no. Okay. Nope.
Okay.
Not
So can we
available.
go with the next one?
This one includes the commitment for continual improvement of the wages management system. So the continual improvement commitment is there.
Okay. So team 2,
Uh,
what is your opinion?
but that's fine.
Yes. Team 2, do you agree? There is a commitment for continual improvement is there
Yeah.
within the policy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
I
Yes,
also
it is.
agree. That's absolutely fine. Let's go with the next one.
5.2F is stating about the includes the commitment to consultation and participation of the workers and why they exist worker representative. It seems to me it's okay because available as workers involvement and consultation is over there.
Okay. What about team 2? What is your opinion? You agree they have the commitment for consultation and participation, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So they have included the commitment for consultation. What about the participation team? Is the participation also included anywhere?
Participation is there, no? And safety committee, ensuring open communication. Yeah.
Okay, you remember what are all the topics need to be included for the workers' participation? Okay.
Participate in safety discussions.
Yes. Okay. If there had consider this is this we can consider it as a commitment. So maybe based on this you can give a conformity. Later we can verify the class number 5.2. Okay.
Yeah. So last
Fine.
4 parties be
Yes.
available as documented information. That is, yes, it is documented. Be communicated within the organization. We are not sure. We need to check how they have communicated it. And be available to interested parties as appropriate. So that's also we're not sure because we need to check what are the interested parties they have defined and determined and how it's being available to the interested parties and be relevant and appropriate. Yeah, we found it's relevant with the organization context.
Okay. So we'll ask the team 2. Team 2, what is your opinion about documentation? Do you agree the policy is documented?
Yes, sir. Policy is documented, but the sign is not there. But yes, it's complied because it's a documented enough a documented form.
Okay. It is documented. Okay. Document. Okay. Fine. What about the communication of the policy? What is your opinion? Team 2?
Yes, sir. It's clearly mentioned that the policy is communicated within the team, but the evidence required. So for me, it's a compliance because there are they mention in a policy that the policy is communicated within the team.
Okay, fine. You no need to say it's a conformity or non-conformity at this moment. Communication, consider whatever we reviewed so far. This is all the commitment which need to be included within the policy. But now what we are checking the requirement, it is about the do part, implementation. So when you are going for the on-site audit, you can interview the people to check whether they are communicated or not. You can check maybe what mode of communications they have done. So by looking into the evidence, you can decide a conformity or non-conformity. Not now, maybe the later session. Okay.
Sir,
Is
in a
that clear,
policy
team?
stated, this policy is communicated to all employees, contractors, and stakeholders. A copy of policy is displayed prominently at all work locations. All employees are expected to comply with safety protocol like this. So in this way, definitely the before interviewing the employees, I cannot conclude that the policy is communicated or not. So I mark NA here. Can we mark NA here or yes or no?
Yes, you can mark a not applicable.
Okay.
Then you can decide later.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Because yes, they can say whatever they want, but the earlier items and all commitment, only the commitment is there within the policy. We can take a call to decide a conformity or non-conformity. But the communication, yes, we need to conclude only by checking whether it is done or not. Okay. Fine. What about the one last one? Whether the policy is available to the interested parties or not. What is your opinion, team 2?
Sir, from my point of view, it's yes, because it's clearly stated that all our employee, contractor, visitors, and stakeholders. This is clearly mentioned. That is why we mention yes, but evidence still the evidence needed for this.
Yes, maybe. Okay. So, like the previous point, you also can put NA here. You can verify whether it is made available or not. If it is available, you can give a conformity. If it is not available, you can go with a non-conformity. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Fine. So, what about whether the policy is relevant and appropriate? What is your opinion, team 2?
So it's a yes, as we discussed within Team Bus. But sir, I have one confusion that the scope is not mentioned clearly within the policy, but definitely they have proper goals and objective consultation and participation. So I feel it's a yes, but in back of our mind, I have one confusion that scope is not clearly mentioned.
Okay. See, it's not necessarily to mention the scope within the policy statement. When we are reviewing the policy, we can check how the policy is relevant, how the policy is. See, if you go with 5.2a, there is a one requirement. The policy should be appropriate to the nature of the organization, the scope of the organization, the context of the organization. But what is stated in the later, the policy should be relevant and appropriate. Whenever there are changes in the context, there are chances the policy also need to be changed. See, the 5.2a is talking about the planning when they are developing the policy. The last requirement, the relevant and appropriate, is talking about the check and act. Whenever you are making any changes, you check the policy whether it is relevant and appropriate or not. If you find it relevant, absolutely fine, you no need to change. If you find it is not relevant, you need to change, then you need to go for the change. So the last requirement, you can put not applicable now. You can ask what is the mechanism they are having in place to review the policy periodically. What is the mechanism they are having in place? How they are connecting the change management to the review of the policy. If they have the mechanism, if they are reviewing it, if they are keeping it up to date, well and good, we can give a conformity. If there are no mechanism for reviewing the policy regularly, periodically, and also upon any changes, then we need to say it is a non-conformity. there is no mechanism to ensure the policy is relevant and appropriate. That can be the non-conformity if there are no mechanisms are there. Means. Is that clear, team?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Team? Any questions?
Yes, sir. I have a practical doubt, sir. Actually,
Yes, please.
I don't want to reveal the organization name. An organization having
Okay.
a 45,001 certification, sir. But from past 6 to 7 years, they have not changed review date or anything other things. But 45,001 auditors are coming and going, but nobody is not identifying and not changing the policy. So practically, it was not happening. But auditing is happening. Everything is happening. So if that was not complied, so how can as an auditor we can escalate our any?
See, we need to ask this question. What is the mechanism in place? See, there are two things. Review and revision. See, the standard is insisting a mandatory review. But whether the policy need to be revised or not, that decisions need to be taken based on the review process. The organization can review the health and safety policy during variety of situations.
In case
Like
of
during the
accident
safety committee
happened.
meeting,
Yes,
maybe
sir.
during the safety committee meeting, they can review the policy to check whether it is still okay, whether it is relevant or not. During the top management review, it can be verified whether this is our policy, this is fine or not. So, if they are having some review within this safety committee or the management review meetings, for this particular instance, we can say it is conformity. The policy need to be revised or not, whether it need to be changed or not, organization only need to decide. As an auditor, we cannot make a decision. Okay, this policy is not appropriate. We cannot say that. We can ask, as an auditor, you can ask, how do you ensure the policy is still relevant and appropriate? Is there any changes you have done in the recent past which affects your policy statement? So like that, you can ask questions.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
As per basic norms, as I learned in Nibosh also, so every year there need to be a revision on the policy, or any accidental happening, or any mechanic means any mechanism changes, any new director is new top management recruited, then the policy need to be changed. But
definitely, policy, whether it need to be changed or not, it is a secondary thing. But at least the new director need to sign on the policy. He need to check the policy. Okay, this policy feels good. We can go with the same policy. Like that, he can take the decision. At least for the changes of the signature, this guy need to check the policy. He need to sign on the policy. Whatever the posted policies, all need to be changed with the latest top management signature, right? Whether they are changing the content or not, at least they need to change the signature. In order to change the signature, yes, the review is mandatory, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any further questions, team? Can we move forward?
Yes, sir. We can move forward.
Okay. Fine. So now, if you go with next class, it is about action to address the risk and opportunity. See, basically, in this particular class, there are two major subclasses. One is risk and opportunities, then the objectives. So let's start with one by one. Give me a moment. Let me share the screen. Okay. So basically, the 611, in general, the class number 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, all these three, what is the output produced in the 4.1, 4.2, 4.3 need to be taken as an input for the risk and opportunity assessment. The issues, positive issues will become the opportunity, negative issues will become the risk. Similarly, the interested parties requirements. Some of the requirements can become a risk if it is not complied. Some of the requirements of the interested parties may become an opportunity if it is fulfilled. So, the organization need to assess the risk and opportunity. Whenever they are making any changes, planning the changes, permanent change or the temporary change, they need to start with the risk and opportunity assessment. So literally they need to have the procedure for the risk assessment, risk and opportunity assessment, how they are going to managing the risk and opportunity assessment. Then they need to keep documents for the risk and opportunity also. We can say the risk and opportunity register. This is all the requirements of 6.1.1. If you move further with 6121, hazard identification. This particular class is talking about what are all the considerations need to be taken for identifying the hazard. Starting from the routine activity, non-routine activities, normal conditions, infrastructures, materials, machineries, people within the organization, people within the vicinity, or people working away from the organization's locations. Maybe, for example, consider I am working from home now. If something goes wrong during my work, still my employer is responsible. So, if my employer is giving any work which is not carried out under the control of the organization's location, say for example, this Zomato, Swiggy, people are delivering the food. When they are going to deliver the food, they are getting into an accident. Still the employer is responsible for their health and safety. So they need to identify the hazard, assessing the risk arising from all such kind of activities. Even sometimes the hazard will be arising from the condition, situation, maybe due to the human factors, the age, sex, or the ability of the persons, the societal factors. Even there are chances of changes in the knowledge about the hazard. See, people's knowledge may vary about the hazard perceptions. So when there is a particular hazard is getting changed or new hazard is emerging, they need to consider to identify the hazard. So whatever the hazard identified from all the activities need to be taken as an input for the risk and opportunity assessment. See, the hazard will be resulting with the OHS risk. When the hazards are addressed, it will be providing the OHS opportunity. Similarly, the issues, interested parties requirements, if it is not addressed, it will be resulting as a other risk to the OHSMS. Say for example, recruitment of unskilled workers or inadequate resources. If this is an issue, if it is not addressed, it will be resulting as a other risk to the OHS management system's performances. If these issues are addressed, it will be providing the other opportunity to improve the OHSMS performances. So, the organization need to have some methodologies, criteria for assessing the OHS risk and other risk. They need to demonstrate they applied the methodology and the criteria while they are doing the risk assessment. So that is the requirement of 6122. Similarly, they need to identify the opportunities for the improvements also, opportunity for enhancing the health and safety performances also. There are variety of ways the organization can pursue the opportunities to enhance the health and safety performances. Like adopting the safety by design during the planning stage itself, or earlier adoption of the health and safety practices in designing of the buildings, designing of the process, designing of the activities, or adopting more ergonomic working place, working conditions, or adopting new technologies. So likewise, there are variety of mechanisms are there. So the organization need to assess what are all the OHS opportunities are there, what are the other opportunities are there. So that is all about the 6123.
Sir,
When you are going to audit, yes.
Could you give me more examples? What are the risks and opportunities? So negative, what are called negative things are called risks, and positive things are all called opportunities. I need some examples that we can understand easily, sir.
Okay. Just to keep it simple, there is a OHS risk and other risk. If you are not addressing any hazard, what will happen? The hazard will create the hazardous event, the people will get the harm. So that is a OHS risk, occupational health and safety risk. The OHS risk means it will be resulting with an injury or ill health. Where there is a potential chances of injury or ill health, we can call it as a OHS risk. The other risk, if you are recruiting the people without adequate skills, they may get into some incidents. It will be affecting your health and safety performances. So that is an example for the other risk. The issues will be resulting as a other risk. If it is a negative issues means. Is the risk is clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So one is OHS risk and other risk.
Other risk. OHS risk will be arising from the hazards. Physical hazard, chemical hazard, biological hazard, organizational hazard, maybe the environmental hazards. So likewise, we have variety of hazards in the workplace. The hazards will be resulting with OHS risk. We discussed about the internal issues, external issues yesterday. So
Yes.
the issues will be resulting as a other risk.
So financial also consider as a other risk.
Okay, if you are not adopting the budget for the safety controls, it
Yes.
will be resulting as a other risk. Yes.
Project delay also consider as a other risk.
It depends. It should affect your occupational health and safety management system. Means it will be considered as a other risk to the OHSMS.
Yes, sir. Actually, during starting stage, everyone follow the safety systems, sir. When project delays, the people want to bypass the systems. It will ultimately affect the. So that's why what I want.
Okay,
This is also other risk.
definitely. Yeah,
Yes.
this is also, you can consider this is also one of the example for the other risk.
Okay, sir.
Absolutely fine.
Okay, sir.
Okay, now
And
opportunities.
opportunities. Yes.
Yes. Okay, I request everyone to read the class number 6.1.1. There are list of examples of OHS opportunity and other opportunities are listed. Can you quickly have a read?
We have to read, sir, 6 point.
Yeah. A, you go with A 6.1.1. Let me tell you the page number. Give me a moment.
No, we have 6.1.1A, right?
Yeah. No. A 6.1.1. You go to the Annex A. Within the Annex A, if you go to the A 6.1.1, the example of opportunity to improve the OHS performance. Example of opportunity to improve the OHS performance. Other opportunities to improve the OHS performances. There are two lists in the page number 28. You read from there.
Yes, example of opportunity to improve OHS performance. Yes. Example of other opportunities, right?
Improve inspection, auditing, constant job hazard, improving OHS, them to run the regulations and control measures and non-criminal investigations.
A 6.1.1 general planning.
Yeah, you just completely read once all the examples of OHS opportunity and other opportunities.
Inspection and auditing functions, job hazard analysis, and tax-related assessments, improving OHS performance by alleviating monotonous work or work at a potentially hazardous predetermined work rate, permit to work and other recognition and control methods, incident or non-conformity investigations and corrective actions, ergonomic and other injury prevented related assessments. So these are the examples of OHS to improve OHS performance. Okay. So examples of opportunities to improve OHS performance are
other opportunities.
Yeah, other opportunities are integrating occupational health and safety requirements at the earliest stage in the life cycle of facilities, equipment, or process planning for facilities relocation, process redesign, or replacement of machinery and plant. Integrating occupational health and safety requirements at the earliest stage of planning for facilities relocation, process redesign, or replacement of machinery and plant. Using new technologies to improve OHS and performance, improving the occupational health and safety culture, such as by extending competence related to occupational health and safety beyond requirements or encouraging workers to report incidents in a timely manner, improving the visibility of top management support for the OH&S management system, enhancing the incident investigation process, improving the process for worker consultation and participation, benchmarking, including consideration of both the organization's own past performance and that of other organizations, collaborating in forums that focus on topics dealing with occupational health and safety.
Yes. Okay. So these are all some examples of opportunities what an organization can identify during the planning stage itself. If they identify these opportunities, that will help them to enhance their OHS performance and other performance to the OHS management systems. Is that clear, team? Any further questions here? Team?
No, it's fine, I think.
Okay. So this is all about the 6123. Okay. So they need to have a process in place, which need to be incorporated within the planning itself. Planning process. Within the planning process, they should be able to identify what are all the opportunities for improving the health and safety performances. Say, for example, when they are making any changes, they need to identify what are the opportunities are there to improve the health and safety performances. Okay, if I am going to purchase a new machine, okay, this machine is jackhammer, consider. Okay, what are all the opportunities are there to improve the existing health and safety performances? Currently, when people are operating the jackhammer, it is creating a lot of vibrations. Check in the market, is there any jackhammer without creating any vibration? It can be operated if such kind of machines are there, or whether it is meeting all the noise regulations. It produces less noise, less vibrations, which should not affect the health and safety of the people. Or check the possibilities, whether it can be operated without manpower or with less manpower, with a less involvement of the people's interactions. So when I am going to make any changes, I need to identify what are the opportunities are there now. So the opportunity assessment process need to be integrated with the business processes. Business process is like a planning of anything. planning of the manpower, planning of the machineries, planning of the work methods, planning of the environment, planning of a new project, whatever. So when they are identifying the opportunities, they can consider all the examples given in the Annex A. But keep it in mind, team, Annex A is only meant for the implementer, not for the auditor. If any of the line items are not followed by the auditee in the Annex A, it is not a non-conformity. The auditor can give a non-conformity or conformity against the requirement only. The requirements are there in class number 4 to 10. It is not in Annex. Is that clear, team?
Yes, sir.
So if you go further, the 613 is about determining the legal requirements and other requirements. Hope you remember there is a connection from 4.2. What are all the interested parties requirements are going to become a compliance obligations? All are the other requirements. If it is not fulfilled, it will be leading to some sort of consequences, fines, penalties, penalization. The legal requirements comes from the government, the law, act, regulations. So literally the organization need to have the process to identify and update the applicable legal requirements associated with the health and safety. And whatever the legal requirements, other requirements they identified, it need to be documented. They need to regularly review and update to keep the legal register as a current and up to date. And whatever the legal requirements they identified, they should apply within their day-to-day activities. Say, for example, the factory identified one of the requirement for work at height. Wherever there are chances of people working, chances of fall of 1.8 meter or more than 1.8 meter, people need to be provided with full body harness. That is one of the requirement from the act. So now, how this can be applied within the organization's process? Whenever they are having the work at height activities, the work at height procedures should indicate the people must wear the full body harness. And there may be safety checks, inspections. Whenever people are doing the work at height, it need to be monitored whether they are complying with the legal requirements or not. It can be done with a simple checklist, possible.
Either we can utilize as a work permit system also could be possible.
Possible. Some mechanisms need to be there in place to convert the identified legal requirements into practices. Okay. So with 613, the organization need to have the procedures for how they are going to identify, how they are going to update the legal requirements and other requirements. And from those identified laws, acts, regulations, and other requirements, they need to documenting it, legal register. So there is a both maintain as well as retain. Maintain indicates a procedure, retain indicates a record, maybe a legal register. And whatever the hazard identified, risk assessed, opportunities assessed, the legal requirements identified, the organization need to develop the action plans to mitigate the risk, to perceive the opportunity, to fulfill the legal requirements. So when they are developing the actions, they need to consider the control measure hierarchy. Elimination, substitution, engineering control, administrative controls, and the PPE controls. See, they can consider what is the financial requirements are available, what is the operational needs. Based on that, they can decide what kind of action plans they need to take. And whatever the actions they planned, that need to be integrated with the day-to-day activities. They also need to have some mechanisms to check whether those actions are effective or not. So when you are planning the actions, you plan the actions to verify those actions also. Some sort of safety monitoring, maybe not necessarily need to be a safety monitoring, sort of inspection, supervisions, whatever. Some sort of mechanisms need to be developed for monitoring the controls. That is all about 6.1.4. Then if you go with 6.2, it is about objectives and targets. The objectives must be smart. What smart? Means the objectives must be specific. Like eliminating the eye injuries. It's very specific to eye injury. And it should be measurable. How? From 1000 or from 100 numbers of eye injuries, achieving 0 eye injuries, or reducing the 100 number of eye injury to 0 eye injury within. It should be achievable. Okay, last year 100, this year we are going to achieve 0. Literally, whether it is achievable or not, it depends on what are the resources provided. What are all the current condition, what are the future conditions we are aiming for. So R makes the objective reliable or realistic. And the T is about time bound. Within December 2026. Maybe. Okay, team Ramasubramanian, me. I want to land in the moon by day after tomorrow midnight. Before day after tomorrow midnight. 1 o'clock. Whether this objective is smart?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
No.
What are the smart objectives you are asking, sir? Only for time bound, sir.
No, I'm asking. I want to land in the moon by day after tomorrow midnight.
No, it's not, sir.
It's not possible.
It's not possible. Huh? Okay. Okay. If the same objective is set by Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk, will you consider it is a smart objective?
Yeah, that is possibility.
There is
That
a
is
possibility.
possible. Okay. Because those people are working in the
Space field.
space research organization. They are also
Yeah.
working in the rocket launching company, and they have all the resources. Okay. So yes, whether the objectives and targets are achievable or reliable, it depends on what are the resources provided. What is the current condition and what is the future conditions aimed. Yes, sir. See, for me, that objective is specific. I want to land in the moon. It's measurable. Within day after tomorrow midnight, if I landed or not, it can be measurable. It is time bound also. But only thing, it's not achievable because of the resources availability. It's not reliable because of the current condition. I'm working as a trainer. Okay, I cannot land in the moon by day after tomorrow midnight. Okay. So when you are going to audit the objectives, check whether the objectives are specific, measurable, achievable, reliable, and time bound. And the objectives need to be established for the relevant levels, relevant functions. Who can decide what are the functions are relevant for the setting safety KPIs? Organization. Whether they want to set objectives and targets for the top management or not, whether they want to set objectives for the HR or not, they can decide. Okay, as an auditor, we cannot comment on that. We can ask what are the functions, what are the levels you set the objectives and targets. And if the objectives and targets are set, we can check whether it is smart or not. And all the objectives and targets, they should have the programs in place. Who is responsible for achieving the targets? What are all the resources required? How they are going to monitor? How they are going to evaluate? So they need to have the program in place. They need to monitor the objectives, and they need to maintain the document of the list of objectives. They also need to keep records for the monitoring of the objectives and targets. So as an auditor, you can verify what are all the objectives they are having, what are all the targets they set, what are the programs are there they have in place for achieving the objectives and targets. You also can check the monitoring records. If they are achieving, well and good. They need to review and revise the targets. If they are not achieving, also to review and revise. They need to investigate the cause. Why they are not achieving the targets? They need to analyze the root cause. They need to take appropriate corrective actions. So you can connect with 10.2. Any failures, you connect with 10.2. If the objectives and targets not achieved, it is not a crime, it's not a non-conformity. But not investigating, not taking the corrective action in line with the 10.2 will be the non-conformity. So when you are going to assess the planning of the programs to achieve the objectives and targets, check what are the actions they derived, who is responsible, what are all the resources they provided, what is the timeline for achieving the targets, are they kept some measurable indicators, how they integrated the actions into day-to-day practices. Keep it in mind, if they have defined the clear objectives, they should be able to progress towards achieving the policies. See, normally the objectives can be set from the policy, from the risk registers, like some hazards, they can set objectives and targets to eliminate. Some risk, they can take objectives and targets to reduce. Sometimes the last year they followed only PPE controls. This year they can plan to upgrade the controls to administrative, to engineering controls, or this year they can plan to substitute some low hazardous activities, substitute with low hazardous materials possible. They also can set objectives and targets from the workers' suggestions, feedbacks possible. Maybe legal requirements also can be taken as an input for setting the objectives and targets. Say for example, if any new regulatory requirement comes, the government will give at least 2 years or 3 years to comply. What organization can take? They can take within 1 year, we will be complying with this. They can set objectives and targets, possible. Okay, so as auditor check, what are all the levels, what are all the functions they have, the objectives, how they taken the input from the policy, risk assessment, the workers consultation and participations, legal requirements, what are the actions they are having in place to achieve the objectives and targets. Check how they are monitoring it, check the results. If any failures, what is the corrective actions, verify. So literally you have the documents and the records to verify as an auditor. So when you are going to audit the risk assessment, check whether all the potential issues are taken as an input for the risk assessment. All the potential hazards are identified. Have they taken the risk assessment as per the methodologies? See, there are a variety of risk assessment methodologies are there. You may be heard about event tree analysis, fault tree analysis, JHA, job hazard analysis, 5x5 risk assessment matrix, or 10x10 risk assessment matrix, or a simple brainstorming. Whatever the risk assessment methodologies they are adopting, it is up to the organization. But they need to identify all the potential hazards. What is the methodology and the criteria? They decided it need to be documented also. So according to the documented methodology and the criteria, they should have done the risk assessment. If they identified all the potential hazard, if they assessed all the risk, literally they should achieve zero incident. Also consider the controls. If the controls are implemented considering the control measure hierarchy. Okay, so remember the PDCA concept. If they are not achieving the zero incidents, where is the lapse? Whether it is in the plan or do or check or act. So that is a way you can take your audits. Team, any questions here? Any questions about the class number 6? Maybe let's check our understanding quickly by having some true or false. Give a try, team. Put your answer in the chat, whether it is true or false. Okay. Okay, that's right, team. It's a false. All the hazards need to be identified in a proactive manner. Then let me go with a second statement. Yes, that's right, team. It requires a regular periodical review to ensure the compliance with the latest regulations. So I'm going with a third statement. Yes, team, it's not right. OHS objectives must be smart. So this statement is a false. Okay, the fourth one. Yes, team, that's true. Action to address the risk and opportunities must be documented. Yes, that's right. Okay. So now let's do a small task about the hazard and the risk. But maybe before going to do this task, let's take a quick break. Maybe since it's almost more than 1.5 hours. Okay. Take a quick 20 minutes break. Consider it is 9:55. Let's resume by 10:30. Okay, not an issue. So take a 30 minutes
10:30.
break. 10:30 is fine.
Okay, sir. That is fine.
Okay, fine. Go get come back before 10:30, team. We will resume from 10:30. Okay.
Okay, okay, sir.
Okay. Hi, welcome back, team. Just confirm your presence by saying a hi.
Hi, sir.
Hi, sir.
Hi, sir.
Yes.
Hi, sir.
See, just prior to the break, we were discussing about the class number 6. Okay, now we discussed about the hazard risk. Okay, consider you are going to audit this Supercasting Private Limited. Okay, so they are providing some sort of documents with regards to the hazard and risk. Okay, let me share this file, then I will explain. Give me a moment.
So there is one issue that in terms of the exercises that we have completed, so when we go to the Google Classroom, yet we don't find any exercise 2 and 3 provision.
Yes, I informed our training department. They will be providing the access maybe before tomorrow. Okay, for all the remaining exercises.
Okay. And
They
another
need to
thing is,
post it
sir,
to each one of you.
okay. And
Yes.
another thing is, sir, the training slides that you were representing to us, is it available to the classroom?
Sorry, team. Okay. See, yes, whatever the presentation I'm using, it's having some very limited information. But the more detailed explanation, yes, all the informations from the slides are available for you in the form of delegate manual. The delegate manual is already available in the Google Classroom. You can find the materials session wise. Hope that is what you asked, Ahmad.
Yes, that is the thing.
Okay. So it's already available as in the form of delegate manuals. Okay.
Okay.
So now I just posted this file. Identifying and correlating the hazard and the risk, the exercise number 4. Okay. You can see this file in the WhatsApp group. You can see there are operations are listed. Melting, pouring metals, molding. Okay. So what you need to do is you have given with some examples of hazards and the associated risk. Okay, maybe in against each of the activity, either one or two hazards are applicable for the particular activity. One hazard may not be relevant. So you need to select what is a hazard associated with this activity and what is a risk. Say, for example, melting and pouring of metals. What are the associated hazards are possible or potential with this activity from these three? Team?
Heat
Heat exposure.
Okay,
and
extreme heat
chemical
exposure.
exposure.
Okay. Also, there is a chance of chemical exposure. Okay, noise is not relevant here. Okay, now extreme heat exposure. What is the risk associated with this particular hazard?
Severe burns
Severe burns. Okay.
and
What
heat
about
stress.
the chemical
Stress
exposure?
also.
Heat stress also can be possible. Okay, fine. A chemical exposure will be leading to metal fume fever.
Fume fever.
Okay, so like this, discuss within the team, identify the relevant hazard associated with a particular activity. Maybe you just need to remove the odd one out, which hazard is not relevant to the particular activity. You select only the relevant hazards. Can we do this, team?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, I hope so.
So I'm going with same team. I'm giving you a quick 15 minutes. Please join in the breakout room. Ahmad and Haraprasad, please join in the breakout room.
Hi, is anyone here? Somehow I couldn't go back to the breakout room.
Yes, welcome back, team. Now, can we start doing the presentation from the team 2 this time? Team 1 can agree or disagree, then I can conclude. So
No, we
team
don't
2,
disagree. Yeah, it's up to you. Okay, if you take a decision, we are okay with that. Okay.
no problem,
It's
no
not.
problem. See, it's all about debating, challenging. Okay,
Yes,
so
yes.
that will straighten our understanding and the thought process. Okay,
Yeah.
fine.
Yes.
So go
Yeah,
get.
fine.
So we will share, or anyone else will go to which will share?
Team 2, Sheikh, Subham, Aditya, Udit, somebody.
I'll share, sir. I will go with
Got
that.
it, got it, got it.
Yeah. So the first one with the exercises for the core operations: casting, melting, and pouring metal. The hazards: extreme heat exposure, chemical exposure, these both, and noise doesn't come into consideration. The associated risks are three of them: the severe burns, heat stress, and metal fume fever, as
Okay.
discussed in the first.
Yes.
So okay, so I'll go on with the second one.
Yes.
Casting, it's molding and core making. The hazards: manual handling strain, fire hazard. Associated risks: musculoskeletal, which can relate with manual handling strain. With fire hazards, it's fire incidents.
Okay. What about team 1?
No, we don't agree here.
I do not agree with this. Okay. So
We have
I
silica
think
dust inhalation and lung disease. So this
Okay.
will also be there.
Okay. Okay. The molding and core making can generate the silica dust. People can get exposed to the silica dust, and that
Yes,
can
sir.
resulting with the lung diseases. Fire hazard may not be the relevant at this moment because the molding or core making process, there will not be any fire hazard as such. So that you can consider it is irrelevant to this particular activity. Is that okay, team?
yes.
Yes.
Yes,
Yes,
yes, sir. We agree
Fine.
with this.
I also agree with that. Okay, now let's go with the next one, team.
Yes, sir. Grinding and polishing metal parts. So logically, during grinding, we will be having a flying metal particles, which can result in eye injuries. And during grinding, there will be noise levels that can be produced due to the machinery that can even lead to hearing dysfunctions. Yeah, here it is mentioned as hearing loss. Yeah, yes, these both, two in each.
Fine. Team 1?
No, we don't agree.
Okay. So what are the
poor ergonomics and muscle fatigue will be there because grinding and polishing metal parts obviously needs a certain position, continuous. The person is exposed regularly to a certain position, which can lead to which can be due to poor ergonomics, leading to muscle fatigue.
okay? What about other two hazards, the flying metal particles and the high noise?
These are okay.
These
Flying
are
metal
okay.
particles will be there, high noise will be produced,
Yes.
and poor ergonomics will be also there due to prolonged exposure to a certain.
Fine. See, in this case, yes, when the grinding activities are happening, there are chances of flying metal particles. It will be also generating high noise. So flying metal particles will be resulting with eye injury, and the high noise will be resulting with a hearing loss. Yes, the ergonomic conditions. It depends on the how the workplace is designed. Okay, there are certain chances if the workplace is designed in an ergonomic way, a proper seating posture, proper standing, or regular periodical rest breaks. If all these are considered, that particular hazard may not be there. However, identifying the hazard, it will be help them to apply appropriate controls, because yes, definitely it is one of the potential hazard during the grinding and polishing activities. So yes, if they identify the poor ergonomic condition as a hazard, the associated risk is it will be causing a physical strains, muscle fatigues, then they can apply appropriate controls. So all the three are applicable in this situation. Possible.
Actually, you said that one will be so that's why we leave it like this, huh?
Okay, not an issue.
Hmm.
Okay, but there is a potential chances, right?
Yes,
Based on
but
our
here properly operations was fully not elaborated. That's why we have not considered here.
no worries, no worries. Just this is
Understanding.
why we are doing this kind of discussion is the hazard identification is not a one man's activity.
Yes.
When we are brainstorming,
Team.
yes, we can
Team.
identify all the potential hazards, right? Fine. So let's go with the next one, please.
Sir, it's machine operations, CNC machining. So in hazards, it's sharp rotating parts, electrical hazards, and coolant chemical exposures, which can even lead to the additional associated risks of hand and finger injuries relating to sharp rotating parts, electrical shock with relating to electrical hazards, and skin irritation caused due to the coolant chemical exposure on the human body.
Okay. What about team one?
Yes, sir, we agree.
We agree with all of this.
See, CNC machining, yes, there is a lot of rotating parts. There are electricity, or if the poor cabling or any damaged cabling, that also can lead to exposure to the electricity. And the CNC machines uses the coolant. So people, when they are handling the coolant, there is a chances of exposure to the coolant. It can resulting with a skin irritation. I completely agree with you guys. Absolutely fine. Let's go with the next one, please.
Yeah. Hazardous material handling, chemical treatment of metal. So toxic chemical exposure, since it's a chemical, and the spillages of the chemical, what we call floor, getting spilled on the floorings, it can lead to slippery falls. So associated risk can be respiratory issues due to toxic chemical exposures on human body, and chemical burns, slip and fall injuries due to the slippery floors.
What about team one? What is your opinion?
We selected
sir,
also
we
agree.
because everything
We
is
think
possible.
inadequate ventilation will also be there
Okay.
because
Definitely.
chemicals can
Yeah.
release vapors, which can lead to poor ventilation, accumulation of vapors or fumes.
Okay. See, inadequate ventilation, due to the poor workplace design, poor design of the ventilation systems. In that case, there is a chances of inadequate ventilation. Yes, if the HVAC system is not working properly, or if there is a local exhaust ventilation systems, if it is not working properly, it also can happen with the inadequate ventilation that will resulting with respiratory issues. The toxic chemical exposure can resulting with chemical burns. Okay, in a normal condition, the slippery floor may not be the hazard, but in case of any spillage, in a emergency conditions. Okay, so hope you remember we discussed the hazard need to be identified considering the normal condition and also the abnormal conditions. So what are all the hazards can be arising in case of any abnormal situations like machine breakdowns, like this spillage. So in case of any spillage, the slippery floor can be the potential hazard, and it can resulting with slip and fall injuries. Absolutely fine. Okay, good. So let's go with next one, team.
Sir, so here in this, the inadequate ventilation is a valid point.
Yes, if the system is having some local exhaust ventilation system or HVAC mechanisms, means a failure of those equipments can resulting with a inadequate ventilation.
Okay. Working at height, crane maintenance.
Hmm.
So the hazards are falling from height and falling objects. So associated hazards, broken bones due to falling from height, and head injuries falling due to falling objects, also from falling from height, and fatality risks. If the body gets dispositioned in some uncertain manner, it can even lead to fatalities. Electrical shock, no, we are uncertain.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about team one?
We agreed, sir, with this one.
We agree.
Okay. So the electrical shock may not be a potential hazard during the crane maintenance activities. But if it involves any usage of power tools, there is a chances of exposure to the electricity, and that will be resulting with a electrical shock or fatality possible. Okay, so in other case, if there is no electrical equipments are used for the crane maintenance activities, the electrical shock will not be the potential hazard. So the fatality risk also will not be the associated risk, right?
Yes.
Right. So, yes.
So the fatality risk is not associated. Shall I?
Yeah, you can remove that.
Okay.
So when you are going to audit the hazard identification risk assessment, check have they included all the activities.
Fatality risk can be there, no, sir?
Sorry?
Fatality
There
risk.
can be the fatality risk, right?
In case if there is an electrical shock, then it will be resulting with a fatality. If
No. From what I read, maybe due to brain. Maybe due to
falling
head
from
injuries.
height, okay. Falling from height can be resulting with a fatal. It depends on the height. If where there is a chances of fall of more than 1.8 meter, there is a fatality risk also possible. Consider.
Sir, one more thing I would like to ask on this.
Yes.
Here it is mentioned like working at height, that is fine. And the something is it's crane maintenance. So during crane maintenance, there is even a troubleshooting of their panel boards and other dashboard equipments that are present during the operator's cabin, which are even involving the electrical appliances or the tools that are used by the operator during troubleshooting. So that can even lead to an electrical shock possibly if there is an option on this.
Okay.
Can that be a valid one?
In case if there is a usage of power tools, yes, exposure to electricity is also possible. If there are no power tools are involved, we no need to consider the exposure to the electricity, right? See, otherwise a standalone crane, yes, there are chances of batteries. Since the batteries are having stored electricity, but during the maintenance activities, consider the battery is not going to release any electricity in that case. But there are other hazards like exposure to the lead acid. That can be the hazard. It depends on what is the type of the batteries are used in the particular crane. Otherwise, the exposure to electricity as such may not be the hazard, right?
Okay. Okay. Come. Yeah.
Okay.
The assignments, yeah, completed so far.
When you are going to audit the hazard identification risk assessment, check have they included all the activities. What are all the activities they are doing during the normal operations? What are all the activities during the abnormal conditions or any emergency situations? So literally, they should have identified all the activities. For each and every activities, they should have identified all the potential hazards. And here, the risk is indicated only as an impact to the health and safety. When you are going to audit the risk assessment, you check what is the methodology they are using. Like a rating for the likelihood, rating for the severity, calculating the risk factors, and evaluating the risk level, risk profiling, high risk, medium risk, or low risk. So what is the methodology they adopted? What is the criteria they kept for the risk assessment? Whether the same methodology and the criteria are used for the risk assessment, you can challenge on what basis they have assigned the likelihood score, 4 or 5 or 3 or 2 or 1, whatever. The severity, you can challenge what basis you have given this scores. What is the justifications, you can ask. You can check the auditee's understanding about the risk assessment process. You can validate the risk assessment, what they have done. So that will help the organization to add more value. Okay, we will be discussing about the controls in the later sessions. Okay, so go with class number 6121. Check all the factors are considered while identifying the hazard or not. Okay, due to time constraints, we have taken some samples only here. Okay, as we discussed, there can be other possible potential hazards also can be arising for each of these activities. It depends on what is the hazard arising from the vicinity of the workplace. What are the hazards arising from the infrastructures? What are the hazards arising from the work methods, what they are following? What is the hazard arising from the environmental conditions? You can check how they considered all these factors, how they consider the human factors. You can use the 6121 as a requirements to verify how effectively they have identified all the potential hazards. Okay, so that is all about the class 6121 and 6122. Any questions, team? Any questions about the hazard identification, risk assessments?
No, sir.
Sir, one question, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, is HERA a legal document or it is only a document that to be dealt by an organization?
Okay, as such, there are legal requirements or giving the employer with the responsibility to identify all the potential hazard and the risk need to be assessed. So the employer can prevent the injury and ill health. So when it comes to the due diligence demonstration, okay, in case of any accidents, the company need to demonstrate they have taken all the reasonable care to protect the worker. One of the way how they can demonstrate they have taken all the reasonable care by showcasing how they have identified all the potential hazards, how they assessed the risk, how they developed the action plans. So they have some plans in place to protect the health and safety of the workers. Okay, as such, there is no legal requirements to have the records, have the document of the HERA, but one of the way to demonstrate the due diligence is having the system in place. When they are having the system in place,
context of some countries, like if you consider the context of Bangladesh, they have the legal requirements to perform the HERA. Because in context of Bangladesh, DIFI, there is DIFI for industry and facility. So they have mandated it that the organization must need to perform the HERA and to take action adequately on that HERA.
Yes. Yeah, you are absolutely right. If there is such legal requirements, yes, it will become a legal document. Otherwise, this document will help them to demonstrate their due diligence. Okay. But it is a standard requirement. If any company voluntarily adopting ISO 45001, yes, they must have the hazard identification risk assessment register. Without having the HERA, they cannot demonstrate the compliance with the ISO 45001 also. Okay.
That's what I am
Um,
asking, sir. Earlier also, company is having ISO 45000, but they have not maintaining those documents. Then what?
No.
So,
No. Without HERA, no company will get ISO 45001 certified.
sir, for namesake, they will show in during the audit, sir. But practically, how it will help this kind of auditing? That's what I am questioning, sir. For namesake,
Okay.
they are maintaining every document.
Yes. See,
That is different concept.
yes. See, you just keep this namesake aside. When you are going as an auditor, you need to check to what extent the top management is committed to have the system in place. Okay, when you are checking the top management's commitment itself, you can decide whether they are having the system in place for the purpose of protecting the worker or not, right? See, it's not all the companies, okay, it's not, not all the companies are having the certifications for the namesake. Yes, when the certifications are enforced by the external agencies like the customers or clients, it can happen. But ISO is not a mandatory thing. ISO is only voluntary. If the company is having ISO certifications, they can achieve variety of benefits. We discussed what are all the benefits an organization can achieve, right? So this is one of the reason we discussed during the day one. If you are the manager, if you are the HSE manager, you should able to convince the top management why we need to have the system in place and what are all the benefits they can achieve in terms of cost, in terms of productivity, in terms of morality of the people, how it will be improving their businesses. So it is all about the HSE people, how we can convince, how we can induce the thought process of the importance of the health and safety, right? Okay, it should come from the top also.
This is another thing, like I sometimes I collaborate the audit in previous standard 1801. So during that audit, it is a mandate terms in terms of OHSMS only, because quality management system also don't mandate to have the documented roles, responsibility and authority. But OHSMS specify specifically that the documented roles, responsibility and authority. Here is on another reason, sir, because there should have one authority, that stop work authority. If there is any sort of hazardous activity identified by any worker, they should have been delegated the authority of stop work authority, so that they can stop performing their activity in terms of hazardous situations.
Okay. Yes, absolutely fine. You can check how the authorities are given to all the workers. Do they have authorized to stop the work? Okay. So by giving this authorization, they can demonstrate they have the commitment for the health and safety. Definitely, this is a never-ending topic. Okay, whether the top management is committed or not, whether they are doing the systems for the namesake or with a full-fledged commitment or not. Okay, it need to be analyzed case-to-case basis. Okay, so I hope you got a basic of what we need to look for when we are going to audit the HERA, right? Can we go further, team?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Fine. So we also discussed about objectives. Okay, I posted this file, the exercise number 5. When you are going to audit a company, the Supercasting Private Limited, they are sharing their objectives for you to review. Now, as an auditor, you discuss whether this given objective is smart or not. Okay, if you say this is not smart, what are all the missing elements of the SMART? You need to mention for each of the objectives. We discussed already what is SMART: specific, measurable, achievable, reliable, and time bound. And if you decided this is not a SMART objectives, as an auditor, you recommend convert this objective into smart one, and you write your recommended smart objectives in this column. And then with regards to the class number 6.2, okay, maybe what is a file shared to you in the WhatsApp group, it may be indicating 5.2, but consider it is a 6.2. So analyze against the 6.2 whether this particular objective is in line with 6.2 or not. What are all the non-conformities are there within the 6.2? You can mention 6.2a, whether it is meeting or not, 6.2b, whether it is meeting or not. So likewise, you can give your overall feedback. And apart from that, is there any other specific comments related to this particular objective? You can add here. Okay. So can we do a brainstorming as a team to review these objectives and give your comments as an auditor on these particular topics? Team? Team, is the task is clear? The exercise number 5?
Yes.
Yeah, it's clear.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's clear.
So give a try. I'm giving you a quick 20 minutes. Okay, join in the breakout room. And as soon as you join, start your discussion. Yes, welcome back, team. How many objectives you have reviewed?
We completed all. Try to complete all.
Good. Okay. So what about team 2?
Moderately, we have tried, sir, but not completely. But
Fine.
we will like to
We'll
get a
we'll
feedback
go
on
for we'll go for the review. We will check
Sure, sir.
we are
Sure.
progressing. We'll take the input, then we will take it further. Okay, can we start from the team 1's presentation? Amir, Paizan, Kanbat, Ahmad.
Okay, I have shared my screen. Amir bhai and Faizan bhai. Okay, we can explain.
Yes, okay.
So here are the
Right.
objective number 1, that improve safety culture throughout the organization. So we found that yeah, that is a specific objective, but the thing is, it's not measurable because it's practicable. But how they are going to measure that if there is any violation of the safety culture, if there is any deviation of the safety instructions, so that can be measured, because in terms of measurable, there is on things measurably practicable. So this is practicable definitely, because they need to monitor if there are any near miss or any violation of the safety precautions, any violation of the PPE. So they need to monitor that, and based on that, it can be measured that if the safety culture is improved. So it's not measurable. And another thing is, yeah, definitely it's a realistic objective for the organization that can be implemented. And obviously it's also achievable. But the thing is, it's not time bound. They have not placed any time. So our concern is it's not measurable and time bound.
Okay.
So suggest is to make it appropriately aligned with the requirement. So report which clause is 6.2.1 talks about the measurable, and 6.2.2D talks about the time bound when it's need to be completed.
Okay. Maybe. Let me ask the opinion of team 2.
Sir,
Team 2, what is your opinion? Yes.
measurable and timeable, we are also agreeing, sir.
Okay.
And report which the aspect of the clauses, here we are also confused, sir. We are also not clearly understand this
Okay.
area.
Fine. See, basically, I also agree this objective is not measurable. It's not time bound. Okay. The next one is how you can convert this into a smart objective.
Okay. So it can be like number 1, they need to set some sort of baseline, like what is the current status of violation of the security culture or safety culture.
Safety culture.
So they need to have on baseline, and after the baseline, how many violation is there, they can measure that. Okay, fine. This is the things. There are total 20 violation or 10 violation. So we need to reduce these factors and we need to make it 0, for example. And throughout this monitoring measurement, you know, sir, 9.1.1 monitoring measurement analysis and evaluation, they have a relation, like they need to define what needs to be monitored. So they needs to monitor to ensure the safety culture, like PP uses, any near misses, then uses of the LOTO, then uses of the PTW appropriately, permit to work, and do the inspections appropriately and calibrations appropriately. All these things belongs to the safety culture. So if they monitor all these things appropriately and there is no deviation on that, so it can be treated that, yeah, and there is definitely no incident for any organization. It can be treated that, yeah, the safety culture is in place. So definitely, first of all, they need to monitor and they need to have some sort of data that what is the current status of the implementation of safety culture. And for the evaluation of the objective, you know, sir, that in context of the standard 6.2.2F is talking about the evaluation of the objectives. So they need to evaluate that when they are going to be evaluated and when they will assess that, yes, that safety culture is in place or the safety culture have been implemented or it's not complied. So that is my opinion. Definitely, you can dream better.
Fine. Maybe we'll ask what is the way you can convert this into a smart objective? Team 2?
So, what is in culture? So, sir, by giving trainings, more trainings, and taking reportings, near miss reports, or any other reports from the workforce or frontline supervisors, by giving R&R, which like motivational and programs conducting.
Consultation and participation, another method.
Okay. See, just keep it simple. See, there are a lot of elements within the occupational health and safety management system, starting from the hazard identification, risk assessment, practicing the controls, reporting the incidents, understanding the policies, objectives, aware of the roles and responsibilities. See, the safety culture is not about a particular element. It is the wholesome. Maybe how the people are practicing the health and safety matters. Okay, with regards to the safety culture, okay, you can, the organization can set objectives like improving the safety culture score. As team 2 rightly said, we need to set the baseline. The organization can conduct some safety culture survey, how the people are thinking, how the people are practicing, how the people are engaging, how the people are participating. They can conduct a safety culture survey. They can get a baseline score, and from that score, say for example, last year I conducted the safety culture survey. The overall score is 70%. This year, the organization can set objectives and targets to improve the safety culture survey score from 70% to 80% within December 2025. So by the end of the December 2025, if they are conducting a safety survey again, what is the score? They can measure, they can compare. Once they get the score, they can decide whether it is achieved or not. So likewise, some baseline, yes, as you rightly said, it should be specific. The safety culture survey score, that is a target to be achieved. Whether it is measurable from 70 to 80, it is improved or not, we can measure. Whether it is achievable 70 to 80, it can be achievable. Time bound is there. It's realistic or not. What are all the way they are putting the programs in place? Maybe a different way also. Encourage the workers' participation in the safety initiatives. Ensure at least 80% of the workers' participation in the monthly safety committee meeting or the safety campaigns. So if they have 100 people, at least 80 people should be engaged within the safety campaign. Somebody will be participating in the quiz, somebody will be participating in the drawing competition, somebody will be attending the trainings. So what is the participation within the safety campaign? That can be set an objectives and targets possible. Okay, whether these objectives are in line with the class number 6.2 or not. Okay, we have reviewed the Supercasting Private Limited policy. Do they have any specific requirements for the safety culture within the policy? Team, if
Yes,
they have
they have.
something about safety culture, yes, then we can say the class number 6.2, very specifically, if you go with consistent with the policy. 6.2.1a, it is meeting the requirements. If it is measurable, there is a baseline, there is a target score, it is meeting the 6.2.1b conformity. Have they taken applicable requirements? Okay, it may not be applicable. Have they considered the result of the assessment of the risk and opportunities? It may be not applicable. The results of consultation and participations of the workers, if these particular objectives are derived from the workers consultation and participation, then it is, we can say it is conforming with this. Otherwise, we can say it is not applicable. See, take into account means these are all the options they can consider. Whether they are monitoring it at this point of time, we don't know. So you can say it is not applicable. You can verify the monitoring records during the on-site audit. When it will be completed, who will be responsible for this? What are all the resources are required? We need to check their programs, but in this given objectives, there are no programs are given. So we can say it is a non-conformity. When it will be completed.
In context of 6.2, we discussed in our team, we don't accept any of the objective as a conforming. But in context of a SMART, yeah, we just try to find out the missing part of SMART. But in context of 6.2, none of the objective is acceptable.
6.2.1a, it is consistent with the policy, right?
Yeah, that is consistent with the policy, but no action plan is defined, no resource is defined, who is the responsible, it's not defined. So there are several gaps in context of 6.2.
Yes, that is absolutely fine. I completely agree with you. So just a debate, how these objectives and targets are meeting the standard requirements. Okay. So as you agreed, as you said, yes, it is non-conforming with 6.2.1 and 6.2.1 except the 6.2.1a. That should be your comment for the requirements, whether it is complying with the suggested SMART objectives or not. Okay. So hope the line item 1 is fine. Can we go with the next one, team? The second objectives.
Yep.
Team, what about your opinion for the second?
We thought that it was SMART, that's fine. But the thing is, how the result will be evaluated, it was not considered. Because the objective was here, conduct monthly fire drill. So that's fine, it's a specific. They can measure it if monthly, if it had been conducted or not. In terms of development context, if you think that how the continual improvement is ensured, in that context, it is not complying because previously, how many fire drills they had been performed and what are the plans they are going to do.
We also agree with him, sir. Actually, here everything was in SMART objective. Everything is covered in this line, I think.
Okay. See, definitely this. If it is only one fire drill, it can be measurable. That should be also very specific. Conduct at least one fire drill per month in all the departments starting July 2025. So in that case, it will be measurable. Right. It can be achievable also, possible.
Okay.
Time bound is there from July 2025 onwards. Fine. If you go with, you can just modify a very little, maybe achieving 100% compliance with monthly fire drills in all the departments starting July 2025. So in that case, it will become more specific, right? Okay, with regards to whether these objectives are aligned with 6.2 requirements.
6.2.2 in aligned. Sir, the thing is, we found some missing things like how the result is going to be evaluated. That is not considered. 6.2.2. And another things, what are the resources are going to be required for this to perform these things? Like in some context, if you consider about the Bangladesh context, as per the regulatory requirements, if the organization needs to conduct the fire drill minimum once in a year, they need to conduct the drill with the National Fire Safety Agency, like Fire Service and Civil Defense. So this is on important resource. They need to communicate it earlier. They need to have the external resources. So in context of 6.2.2, what are the resources are required? What are the action plans? How it's going to be evaluated? These things are not considered.
Fine. What about team 1?
We are team 1 now, sir.
Sorry. What about team 2? Aditya and team Sheikh, Udit, what is your opinion about the number 2?
Sir, okay, sir, but what you said, there is a, if we mentioned there one, at least 2, if we write anything, that could be a full line in smart objectives.
Okay. Fine. Okay. So can we go with number 3rd?
Yeah, number 3rd is this one. So the objective is eliminate all workplace injuries by the end of the year. Okay, so we found it here, again, the measurable issues, because what is the current baseline? That is not there. And they have mentioned, again, it's eliminate all the things. So if the number of incident, for example, if the workplace injuries right now, it's everyday 1. Everyday 1 means there are 365 plus injuries in a year. So that's also difficult, achievable to them. So as it is not measurable, so we cannot see that in the context of the objective, if it is achievable, we are not clear. Because we don't know the exact number of the injuries, what is the current scenario, what is the baseline data, we don't have that information. So this is on context, and definitely all other parameters, the resources and these things, definitely is also missing now. So this is our opinion, sir.
Okay. What about team 2?
Sir, agree, sir, with this line.
Okay. So it's not achievable. It's not even measurable unless we know how many hazards are there, how many hazards they are going to eliminate. Okay. So if it is not very specific also, with specific to what hazard they are going to, what kind of injuries they are going to eliminate.
All right.
Okay. So maybe how it can be convertible into a smart objective. Team 2, what is your smart objective for this?
Could you scroll it up? What is the sentence? We forgot the sentence. Eliminate all workplace.
Eliminate all injuries.
Workplace injuries
All
by end
workplace.
of the year.
So what do you have written with your discussion?
Yeah, actually, this one we'll leave it, sir. Actually, we wrote only 2, 4, and 5. These things were written, sir.
Okay. Okay. Maybe let me give you an example of a smart objective for this, sir. Reduce or eliminate all the eye injuries, or reduce the eye injuries from 100 to 0 within December 2025. So in that case, is that specific?
Yes, yes, sir.
From 100 to 0, it's measurable. Whether it is achievable or not, what are all the causes of those 100 eye injuries in the past? How those causes are going to be eliminated? What are all the resources going to be provided? Based on that, we can decide whether it is achievable and reliable. And there is a time bound within December 2025, right?
Yes.
So that way, we can consider to convert this into a SMART objective. Okay. So if you go further with class number 6.2, yes, this is related to the risk assessment. This is in line with their policy. If they have the commitment for eliminating the hazard and reducing the risk, if they have the commitment for preventing the injury and ill health, means we can say the 621A is meeting the requirements. Okay, the remaining all the things as we discussed earlier, we need to check during the on-site audit whether it is monitored, whether do they have a programs for achieving this, how they are evaluating it, all we need to verify. Okay. So hope that's fine, team. If you any questions, please feel free to ask. Otherwise,
Actually,
let's go.
this exercise is very tough, sir. We need to need to do more exercise on it, sir. Actually.
Maybe see, you just take all these inputs what we are discussing now.
Yes, sir.
You can practice for your organization.
Yes,
Or
sir. Yes.
you go back to your company's objectives and targets. Check how
Okay,
the
sir.
objectives and targets are SMART. What are all the way it is meeting the ISO 45001 class number 6.2? You can verify. You can come up with what are the conformities, what are the non-conformities, and as a HSE experts of your company, you can suggest them to improve from the current to the standard requirements. Okay. So
Okay,
that is
sir.
the next, the further way you can take this task.
Okay, sir.
Okay. So can we go with the next one, the fourth one?
Yeah, the fourth one is the reduce manual handling related to incidents, manual handling related incidents by 30% in the production area by December 2024. So several things are here. This is a specific.
This line is suitable in SMART objectives. Oh,
Yeah, that is suitable as a SMART objective. But again, the thing is we have on comments like all the parameters like action plan, resources, responsibility needs to be defined. So we agreed that it is a SMART, but the comment is all other parameters in context of 6.2, like what are the action plans they need to take to achieve these objectives? What are the resources they need to have? What are the frequency they need to going to evaluate? So that parameters we found missing, but it is a SMART.
Yes, it can be evaluated further whether this particular objective and target, how it is meeting the class number 6.2. When we are evaluating that, we can find out each of the line, each of the requirements, whether it is a conformity or not, right? Fine. So I hope team 2 also agree on this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go with one last one.
Train employees. Yeah. So we found several things missing here. A specific, measurable, achievable, as it is not specified, and the time-bound things. So in context of a specific, we don't find it a specific that what sort of training they are going to provide and which employee they are going to cover. Measurable, how many trainings or how many employees they need to cover, it's not covered. Achievable, we are not sure that what are the total number of employees and what sort of training they are going to plan. As this is not a specific and measurable, so achievable we cannot sure. Time bound, there is no specific time bound. So realistic, yeah, in a context, we can say it's realistic. Yeah, as this is a training related context. So definitely, yeah, that can be provided by the organization. So in context of realistic, we thought that, yeah, that is realistic. But other parameters in context of SMART, we didn't find it applicable here. Again, 6.2.2, we need to confirm that what are the resources and what are the things.
Okay, fine.
Actually,
What about team 2?
we wrote a sentence about it, sir. Shaikh ji, thoda sa, could you read it? This
Okay,
sentence.
I am sharing my I am stop my sharing. You can share that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
सर ये स्पेसिफिक है, मेजरेबल है, टाइम बाउंड है, और जैसे हसीन अहमद जी ने बताया है, अचीवेबल नहीं है और उसका कोई स्पेसिफिकेशन नहीं है. स्मार्ट ऑब्जेक्टिव सर हमने ये स्पेसिफाई किया, ऑल फ्रंटलाइन सुपरवाइजर शुड head for a training of 2 hours that has to be completed within a span of 1 month. So with respect to the statement 5, training all employees, a smart suggested object हम लोग इधर में दे सकते हैं with clause relating to 6.2a.
Okay. Fine. Okay. Maybe yes, small fine tuning. You can consider yes, 2 man-hours of training on health and safety topics for all the frontline workers need to be completed within December 2025 or within the specific period. Within the span of 1 month, you need to be very specific. What is the month? Maybe since we are in the month of November, you can consider within December 2025. So that way it can be more specifically time bound, right? You also can be specific on what particular topic you are going to train. Maybe at 2 hours of HSC topics, training on 2 hours of HSC topics for all the frontline workers within 2025. Okay. Within December 2025, that can be more smart. Is that right, team?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Fine. Okay, team, you take your organization's objectives and targets, review it. Okay. Come back with doubts and questions. Maybe if you have any, we will take the discussion further about the objectives and targets.
Actually,
But
this exercise, we felt this exercise is more complicated. Remaining, we see.
Yes.
To
Yeah.
heal it.
But when we are going to do more and more audit,
Yes, sir.
you will become a great expert on setting the OHS objectives. Okay. It's all about, we need to come across with more objectives. Maybe you also can try to list out the elements of the OHSMS, starting from the hazard, risk, legal requirements, opportunities, trainings, communication, incident investigation, internal audit findings, the proactive monitoring or reactive monitoring indicators, or the management reviews. See, in each of these elements, you can set objectives and targets. Literally, complete all the incident investigations within 24 hours. You also can set objectives and targets for the reporting all the incidents within 8 hours and complete the investigation within 24 hours. Implement the necessary corrective actions within 3 working days. Possible. Or close out all the internal audit findings within 2 weeks from the date of internal audits. Or you have a lot of proactive monitoring. Take example of noise. reduce the noise from 85 decibel to 70 decibel within the specific area, or you can take objectives and targets for the whole company also. So likewise, you think, you apply your thought process, you will get a lot of ideas, right? And that will become more simple. You just apply your thought process, maybe think during the daytime tomorrow, you review the objectives of your company. Okay, so that will give you a great idea. And if you are having any further doubts, bring it to the class. We will continue the discussion tomorrow. Is that fine, team?
Yes, sir. Fine, sir.
Okay, can we move forward?
Yes.
Sir.
Okay, so if you go further with class number 7, okay, so far what we discussed, the 4, 5, 6 is all about planning of the occupational health and safety management system. When you are moving further for the class number 7, it's all about the do part, the support. What are the support we need to provide for the occupational health and safety management system? Resources, the adequate manpower, competent manpower, appropriate materials, appropriate methods, appropriate work locations, or the environment. See, all these resources need to be determined for planning the system, for implementing the system, for maintaining the system, for continually improving the systems. See, literally budget, the safety budget. You may need a budget for recruiting the people, but you need to have some additional budget, maybe recruiting a competent manpower. But all the departments, we cannot put all the budgets under the safety head. If you have the legal requirements, see, there are most of the countries are having legal requirements to recruit the safety officers based on the number of employees working in the particular unit, particular site. So to recruit the adequate number of safety people, you need to have a budget. What are all the other costings you may need? Maybe safety monitorings, maybe the calibrations of the equipments involved in the safety monitoring, training the people on the health and safety topics, budget for the PPEs, budget for upgrading the controls. Maybe if you need engineering controls, if you need some modifications to make it more safer, or if you want to put more better environmental conditions, you may need a budget. So the organization need to identify what are the budgets they needed for planning the system, implementing the system, maintaining the systems, and continually improving the systems. Okay, as auditor, you can interview the top management, how they are ensuring all the resources are available for the health and safety management system. When you are going to audit each and every departments, you can ask how the resources are identified for the health and safety matters, and how they are ensuring it is provided, that departmental heads. Okay, if you are coming across with any issues because of lack of resources, you can connect with class number 7.1 to say that the lack of resources are impacting the health and safety performances. If you go with 7.2, we discussed for each and every roles, there should be a competencies need to be defined. Like what is the education, experience, skill set required, and based on that they need to recruit the people. When they are recruiting the people, if they are identifying any gaps, that can be converted into the training need. They need to have the calendars, training records, training effectiveness evaluations like feedbacks or the post-course exams. So literally all these, they need to keep it as a records. So as auditor, when you are going to audit, You can ask for the records to demonstrate the people are competent. See, in certain countries, specific roles requires certain competency, like the crane operator or the people who is putting under the work at height or the confined space. They may need some adequate trainings, or people who are issuing the permit to work, who are authorizing the permits, they may need some specific competencies. So based on that legal requirements, the organization can determine and ensure the people are competent. Keep it in mind, the hazard identification is a specific competency. That particular competency should be there for all the people. What will happen if the people are unable to identify the hazard? They cannot apply appropriate controls. So hazard identification is one of the very important competency for all the people. If you go further with 7.3, it is about awareness. The standard is insisting the organization to provide the awareness for some specific topics, like the policy, objectives, roles and responsibilities, hazard, risk, controls relevant to the particular job. What are the past incidents happened? What is the corrective actions for those incidents? The emergency situations can happen in the particular locations. How the people can remove themselves from the emergency situations. These awareness need to be provided for everybody. Team, I hope when you are doing the homework, have you identified any documented information under the class number 7.3? Anyone identified any documented information for the awareness class? Yes or no? Check it in your list and tell me, team. Is there any documented information required for the awareness class?
No, I didn't. No.
You didn't means in your list there is no documented informations are identified for the 7.3, or the standard doesn't ask any documented information for 7.3.
Outcome of the investigation is required.
No. Within the class number 7.3, is there any maintain or retain documented information are required or not? That is the question.
Yes, sir. Training sheet.
No. Read the standard.
Okay.
Read the class number 7.3. Check is there any mention of maintain or retain documented information are there or not?
No, sir.
Okay. There are no mandatory document or a procedures or a records required for the awareness. Okay. The moral of the story is a document or a procedures or a record can be created overnight, but awareness cannot be created overnight. Do you agree, guys?
Yes, sir.
Agree.
So as an auditor, if the company is showing the records of induction training, okay, in the induction training we are putting all these topics, we are creating the awareness to the workers. At the end of the induction training, they can get it signed by all the employees, possible. As an auditor, check what is the mechanism available in place. Whether they are doing induction training or the signboards or the posters or the toolbox talks, whatever they want, they can. But as an auditor, don't get satisfied with the papers. Go beyond checking the records. In review with the people. Check whether they are aware or not. Keep it in mind, the standard does not mandate a document or procedures or records for each and every class. Because the standard wants the organization to have the system in place. Wherever it requires, the organization can have the documents, procedures and records. The standard is not mandating a documented system. Wherever it is needed, the system need to be documented. to support that, support the organization. Okay. So if the standard is not asking for the document or procedures, don't expect that. Even if they are having it, absolutely fine, well and good. It is a best practice, but go beyond checking the documents or the procedures. Checking the practices are very important. Hope you are getting the logic, team, why it is important to go beyond the records, go beyond the documents and the procedures. Team, any questions here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So when you move further with 7.4, it is about communication. See, there should be an open line of communications, should be there, internally and externally. Whatever the information they are communicating within the organization or outside the organization, it should be valid, it should be accurate, it should be generated from the systems. See, some companies may keep two incident records. One is for the self, one is for the regulatory body. Some company will keep the third one also for the customers. But the standard expects the organization to have the data integrity. Data integrity means whatever the data, informations the organization is communicating, it should be true to the self, truthful from the system. Okay, when they are deciding to communicate, what to communicate, when to communicate, it can be in line with the legal requirements. And whatever they are communicating with the external agencies, also it should be in line with the legal requirements. So as an auditor, you can check how they are making effective communications. We discussed so far a lot of things need to be communicated internally, like policy, objectives, roles and responsibilities, hazard, risk, controls. You can check with the people how they are communicated. What is the effectiveness of the communication process? If the communication process is established right manner, means it should contribute to continually improve the health and safety management system and its performances. So you can check that. So there are no documented procedures are mandated for 7.4, but there should be records of communications. Maybe in the form of mail, in the form of some sort of records should be there to demonstrate the relevant informations related to the health and safety are communicated. Okay. So when you are moving further with 7.5, it is talking about documentations and the controls. See, literally, what is the list you prepared? That is the standard requirements. Mandatory documented information required by the standard. Apart from these minimum documentations, the organization can decide what are the other documentations required by them to have the confidence on the processes. Say, for example, the standard doesn't indicate you need to have the permit to work documents. It is the organization's needs. So likewise, whatever the organization's needs, whatever the standard needs, all the documentations need to be clearly identified. They can decide whether it is a electronic or paper-based documents. It's up to them. But whatever the format they decided, it should be consistent across the organization. And all the documentations need to be clearly identified. Maybe some sort of reference numbers. All the documented information need to be controlled for the versions. So whenever there is a changes in the document, the old one need to be replaced with the latest one. And it need to be protected from unintended, unauthorized uses. Lock and key maybe. It should be available ready for the use by the relevant workers. So it should be available in the respective shop floors. And the organization can decide how long they are going to retain it in line with the legal requirements. If there are no legal requirements, organization can decide how long they are going to keep the documents, procedures, and the records. See, literally retention period is only meant for the records. The documents and procedures, whenever it is getting updated, it should be replaced with the latest one. And all these kind of mechanisms, we can call it as a control of documented information. And all these controls are applicable for the external origin documents also. Tim, any example of external origin documents? Or what do you mean by external origin documents?
Regulatory documents.
Yeah.
Approval
Regulatory
from factories.
documents.
Approval
Yes.
from factories inspector, boilers inspector,
Okay.
body.
Yes.
There are some other things like a machine manual, OEM documents.
Yes, machine manual.
manual.
Absolutely fine. MSDS.
BOCW.
MSDS, yes.
Yes. So all these external origin documents also need to be clearly identified, where it is available, who is responsible for that, what is a version, it need to be clearly controlled. Then only we can say the documented informations are not going to affect the health and safety performances. So this is all about the class number 7.5. When you are going to audit, you can check, are all the documents are clearly identified, whether it is relevant, whether it is available at the point of use, whether it is protected from unintended unauthorized usage, who is authorized to produce the document, who is authorized to review, who is authorized to approve, what is the mechanism they are having in place for controlling the documents, procedures, and records, what is the controls they are having in place for the external origin documents, all you can verify. So now let's check our understanding about the class number 7.57. Okay, check the statement and decide whether it is true or false. Yes, team, that's absolutely fine. That's true. Okay, I'm going with a second statement. Yes, it's a false team. The training need to be ongoing. Not only during the joining, based on the competency needs, it need to be regularly updated. So people should be ready for the ever-changing environments. Okay, let's go with the next one. Amir, we need to control both the internal and also the external documented information, right? And we need to ensure it is available at the point of use. It is suitable for the use. So the statement 3 is true. Okay. So I'm going with the next statement. Yes. So it's wrong if everybody should be responsible for the continual improvement, but the communication process should be enable the organization to have the continual improvement. Okay. So now I hope I given homework for the day 1, listing out the mandatory documented information. That is exercise number 6, sir. Okay. So complete the homework at least before tomorrow's class. So we can review the model answer during the starting of the tomorrow's class. Then we will take it forward to the subsequent topics. Whoever completed, I appreciate your efforts. Whoever already submitted, only 2 people I have given the comments. The remaining people I will be giving the feedbacks before tomorrow's class. Okay. So make sure you are submitting before tomorrow's class so I can review and we can discuss the answer so we can take it forward. Okay. So with this, I'm stopping here. Any questions, team? Any questions from the topics, whatever we discussed so far?
Oh, sir.
So if you are not having any questions now, it's fine, but take time to read the topics, review the standards, come back with the questions. Okay. So that's it, team, for the day. Have a good night. Have a safe working day. See you
Good
tomorrow
night, sir.
evening. Good night, team.
Good night.
Good night. Take care, team.